Alright, here we go. Time to jump in. Good morning, Suhas. Hope you're doing well. Nothing is up. What's up with you? Yes, good morning to you as well. Alright, so what is the assignment? While the influencers who use our platform are really great at talking selfies, most aren't super great at math. We need to write a tool that predicts an influencer's growth over time. Our daily, yeah, I think I'm gonna stream daily, or at least I'm gonna stream as long as I'm on my road to get to level 100 on boot.dev. Or I guess as long as I feel like it. Yeah, I mean, do you know GitHub SH? I don't know what that is. What is that? What is GitHub SH? Takes a follower count integer and an influencer type string and a num of months integer and returns an integer. You meant GitHub CLI? Oh yeah, I love GitHub CLI. Yeah, I love the GitHub CLI. I don't use like all of its functionality, but creating PRs, merging PRs, watching actions or automated checks that run against PRs. I'll use that terminal for that. Cloning repos a lot of times I'll use that. Um, Although now that I moved a lot of my personal projects to Git I have been using the Git CLI, which is called T. I know, it's aptly named. Good morning, Ilmanian. How are you? Good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it is GitHub. The GitHub CLI is very cool. Git is like a self-hosted GitHub. If you just let's see, I think it's gitt.com. It's just kind of like if you've ever used GitLab before, or uh, one of these, like it's basically like a GitHub like platform that you can self-host, which is nice. Calculate the number of followers an influencer will give after a given number of months according to the influencer type. Okay. So for example, a fitness influencer starts with 10 followers, then after 1 month they would have 40 followers. After 2 months they would have 160 and so on. This kind of sequence where each term is found by multiplying the previous term by a constant is called a geometric sequence. Use the following version of the geometric progression formula, in which A1 is the initial number of followers, R is the multiplication constant, and N is the number of months. Excuse me. All right, let's see if I can figure this out. I'm a little confused, but let's see if we can figure this out. So the first thing we need to do is figure out the influencer type. So we'll say if influencer type equals fitness. We'll do something here. If influencer type is cosmetic, do something here. Otherwise, we will return some computation, which will be A1. And A1 is what? The starting followers. So I guess by default, everybody starts with. So what do I don't understand. Oh, they already give me the follower count. Whoops, sorry. So then the thing that I'm really switching on here is the multiplication constant. Okay. So multiplier. I think this is what they multiply. I think this is what they want.
I'd like to say something.
I was wondering, why did you stop streaming for like a month?
just just because I wanted to. I mean, I never really. I mean, streaming was never anything that like I sat down and was like, yeah, I'm gonna be a streamer now. You know, I just started doing it because it seemed fun and it seemed interesting, and it was kind of fun to share what I was doing with Advent of Code or whatever. And so I just kept doing it as long as it felt fun to do. And then when it didn't feel fun and I wanted to not do it, I just stopped. And you know what I mean. So I guess it's one of the benefits of like if you're not if you don't have your livelihood riding on this, and then you know you can kind of start and stop as you'd like. Um, but yeah, I wanted I bought this boot.dev course, and so I want to try to hold myself accountable to working on it. So streaming is a great way to do that because it's sort of like forced accountability in a way. So that's why I started again, was just to make sure I actually get through doing all these boot.dev courses. This should be 3, right? Yeah. So then we're gonna do follower count times the multiplier raised to the num of months. Oh no. Cannot access local variable multiplier where it is not associated with the value. Well, that's a weird one. Line 12, line 30 in test. Let's see what they do. If result equals expected, get follower prediction, and they give it 4 business and count. Unbound local error. Unbound local error. Huh. Oh, mul mul multiplier. Shit. Okay, it's early. Okay, I just got started. Multiplier. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Also, we need to accept our quest, our chest. Also, we should activate our potion. Onward. Thank you, Buffer Ghost. Appreciate that. You spotted it long before I did. Exponents are important to understand when it comes to execution speed of an algorithm. If the number of operations grows quickly as the amount of input data increases, the algorithm will become slower and slower. Results in linear or straight growth. Okay, the quadratic keeps growing faster and faster. What does this have to do with code? Sometimes a lot of computations, sometimes that's a lot of memory usage, sometimes that's a large storage requirement. A notable exception is in cryptography and security. We want to force attackers to waste resources trying to get at our information. The result of which operations grows fastest? Exponentiation. That's a mouthful. How much larger is 2 to the 64th than 2 to the 32nd? It's not 2 times, right? It would be that many times. 2 to the 32 times larger. Streaming every day eventually is going to get boring, isn't it? It's not that it necessarily gets boring. It's just for me personally, the best time to stream is super early in the morning. And so at some point, it's just like, I'd like to wake up next to my wife for a little while, or I'd like my wife to wake up with me next to her for a little. You know what I mean? It's like you do it for so long that eventually you're just kind of like, okay, I think I want to sleep in this morning, you know. And then it's hard for me to find other times in the day to stream. So it was nice. It was nice to take a break for a while, and I'm sure I'll take a break again. And I mean, the I think the hard thing for people sometimes to remember is like the digital world is not the real world. The digital world is just this kind of fun bit of entertainment that's a nice distraction, but that's not real life, you know? So it's fun, but it doesn't mean you have to commit your entire world or life to it. Although I don't want to judge anybody because I do know some people like their number one goal in life is to be a professional streamer, which is I think that's great. That's cool. It's very and I respect people that can do it and are able to achieve it. I know from firsthand experience it's very hard to be a good streamer. I'm not saying I am a good streamer, but it's very hard. It requires a lot of commitment, a lot of discipline, and you have to be interesting and have a good personality and stuff. So yeah, no shade at those folks. It's just not really. It was never anything I sat down and was like, I'm going to be a professional streamer now. You know. Hello, Vibely Subtle. Good morning. Good to see you on here. The streets missed you for a minute. I'm back. I'm back in these streets. I think I just disconnected. Nope, I'm reconnected. I think Twitch is reconnecting still. Sorry about that, guys. Some days I have internet problems, and other days I don't. So, apologies for any lag. Let's create an influencer score. It'll be a small number that will give influencers a metric for comparing their social media success against their peers. Because we all know that's the metric we want to track in life. Complete the get influencer score function. Influencer score is their average engagement percentage multiplied by log base 2 of their follower count. Which means they already give us the average engagement percentage. So we can say average engagement multiplied by math.log. And what does this take? Log takes, let's see, the base is going to be 2. And then the num of followers is going to be x. Nice, nice. Also, we made it to level 50. So we're halfway there on our road to level 100. Hello, Forgiven. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope life is treating you well. What's this course about? This is just a generic data structures and algorithm course. I'm currently going through, I'm making my way through the, what is it? Backend path on the Go side. So I'm doing Go, Python, Go, SQL, and Docker. So I did this course, where am I? Built asteroids, that was kind of fun. So yeah, I'm right here. I'm on course 9. And I'm just kind of making my way through all of them. I think I'm most excited about this one because I've never done anything with C before, so I think that'll be fun. Yeah, I'm just trying to make my way through all of them. Get to the very end. I probably won't go try to find a programming job, but it might be fun to actually go through some of this stuff, like freshen up my resume. Could do a review on my LinkedIn profile. I like my current job, but never hurts to study up. But it's good. It's kind of expensive, so if you don't want to spend a bunch of money on educational stuff, it's a little expensive. But let's see, log 3.9. I don't know what that would be. 2? The log of 5 is greater than... this would be false. The result of which operation grows slow. Logarithm. Onward. Yes, it's free. Exactly. It's free unless you want the interactive gamification stuff, which to me was the biggest value add of the whole thing. So, hey, dude, that's super nice. Hey, X1. That's you did not have the super chat, man, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. Super kind of you. How long did it take you? I'm still making my way through the courses, so I'm not done yet. Hello, Eduardo. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well, sir. Okay, we're almost done with the math that we'll need for this course. Just one last thing, factorials. The factorial of a positive integer n, written in exclamation point, is the product of all integers less than or equal to n. The results of a factorial grow even faster than exponentiation. N exclamation point grows faster than 2 raised to n. Influencers need to be able...
Are we sure we back with Dono chats?
We're back. And I really appreciate your super chat, man. That's super nice of you. But you definitely don't have to super chat. But I really appreciate it. We're back. We're back. That's the first super chat since we've been back. Or I guess the second super chat now since we've been back. Complete the num possible orders function. It takes the number of posts an influencer has in their backlog as input, returns the total number of possible orders in which we could publish the post. So this would be... I'm just going to do this with a loop. Some people will probably say, use recursion, but no thank you. So if n is less than 0, we will just, I guess, return 0. Or if, yeah, let's do n if n is less than 0, or num of posts is less than 0. And then for I range, oops, num of posts, excuse me, print I, return total equals 0. Run that. So 0, 1, 2. So they give us 5. So we actually want to start, I guess, we could do this in reverse order, couldn't we? I guess we kind of want to skip 0, right? So let's do 2 num posts plus 1. And we want to start this at 1 so we don't 0 ourselves out. Then we'll say total times num of, or I guess times I. Right? Let's print I just to be certain that's correct. Oh yeah, because we start total at 1 always. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 2, 3, 2, 2. Okay, cool. Submit. Woohoo! I need a little sound effect. What are we learning? This is just a generic data structures and algorithm course in Python. I think we can do for I in reverse range for reverse order. We could try it. Let's see. Well, I think either way, we're still going to have to do... Yeah, I think it's half dozen or the other. If we reverse it or not. You know. Yeah, but Eduardo, it's just a data structures and algorithm course taught in Python on boot.dev. So it's a lot of boilerplatey DSA stuff. How much larger is F64 factorial than F63 factorial? 564 times larger? I don't know if that sounds right, but I don't actually know if it's right. Oh, it was right. Which grows the fastest as n increases? N to the power of 2, n factorial, n log 2 of n. I'm going to say it's factorial, because that's what they told us. Exponential decay. In physics, exponential decay is a process where a quantity decreases over time at a rate proportional to its current value. We found that locked-in influencers... Oh, I forgot we're building locked-in. That's the name of the social media platform we're building. Tend to lose followers similarly. This means that the more followers you have, the faster you lose them. Complete the decayed followers function. It calculates the final value of a quantity after a certain time has passed, given its initial value and a rate of decay. Return the remaining followers. Okay, so we do return initial followers equals, it just feels like I'm translating math into Python right now. Retention rate, which is fraction lost daily days. Okay, I got something wrong there. So after 0 days, we have 100 followers. Oh, I got a loop, don't I? So we'll do results equals initial followers, I think. Do I have to loop? Yeah, I think I do. So for I range for days, whoops, I keep forgetting. Then we do results equals initial followers. I return result. Let's print results. So where's the example they gave us? 100 followers. It's not in our data set. Expected 100, actuals 200. Huh, I'm missing some piece of understanding. It calculates the final value of a quantity after a certain time has passed, given its initial value and a rate of decay. If an influencer lost 0... Oh, retention rate, and they gave me the loss. So... do I still want to loop? I don't know, but I do need to invert, so this would be 1 minus. Okay. So let's do... I love that they have them motions in their editor. Oh, I have an error. There we go. Success. It helps if you read. Yeah, thank you. It just works. Appreciate you. it helps if you read. Dan's Chewy brother. We can't see the function. Oh, my camera's over it. Here, let me slide it to the right a little bit. There you go. Sorry about that. Hello, D. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Why not just place your webcam at the top left? Well, I like having my camera in the middle in case I want to do a vertical clip, and then it makes it easier to edit it. And then the other reason is I never really know what is going to be where on my screen, so it's kind of a damned if you do or damned if you don't. Like if I was in a normal editor, like which at some point I will be, then having it in the top left would cover up a lot of my editor space. So it's kind of trying to find a good place for these things is kind of a crapshoot. So I just stuck it center middle and said, "Fuck it, that'll be good enough." And if I need to move, if I need to move stuff, I can move it around on the screen. Let's see. Write a function log scale that takes a list of positive numbers in a logarithmic base and returns a new list with the logarithm of each number in the original list using the given base. You may want to use the math.log function. Okay. I can do this. Hello, Rockin' Brain. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, sir. Also, cheers to you. I don't know how much stuff you know, but it's good you like coding. I do like coding. I'm definitely not an expert on anything coding related, but I do enjoy it. It's fun. I find programming and coding equally as fun as playing games. So that's where I was trying to find something that kind of married the two, of like the experience of programming and coding with like a gamification aspect, which is what drew me to boot.dev, as like a nice way to spend some time and hopefully kill two birds with one stone, learn more about programming and coding, and have some fun. It's also a nice way, like towards the end of my last 6 months of streaming consistently, it kind of became not super fun to work on my own projects while streaming because people were just so like AI pilled and that's all they wanted to talk about. And like, why would you do this yourself when you could just use AI? And so, using boot.dev and streaming while I do boot.dev kind of removes some of that from the conversation. It is nice to see you as well, Rockin' Brain. Hope you're doing well, man. Good morning, Mark. Might I ask why? Surely you have had other coding experience, though, of course. I will not judge. I just want to know if I may give some trivia if needed. Yeah, you're more than welcome to share whatever you'd like. As far as like experience, yeah, I've been programming coding for about 6 years now, and I've done Python before. I don't really care for it as a language, so I kind of stay away from it. But boot.dev in all their paths leads with Python, so that's where we're at. Hello, Blackfire. Nice to see you. Buddy, what about that iced idea you were cooking? IDE? It wasn't an IDE. It was a this guy. You're talking about Zoe, our baby crab editor. Excuse me. Yeah, this guy. I use it every day. It's basically been my replacement for Notepad, but I don't I haven't added anything to it or changed anything about it. I would like to add one feature that keeps coming up when I use it myself every day is I don't have a find and replace or like find functionality. So I need to add that at some point. So that'd be fun. But again, it's one of those things where I've kind of pulled back from working on my own projects on stream just because I don't want to listen to people be like, bro, you could just use AI. Bro, I could do this in Claude Code. It's just that just gets annoying. So I kind of stopped doing that. Protecting my peace from the AI bros. Waiting for the AI winter to come. Let's see, Go. I like Go. Yeah, I learned Go last year. That's what I did. Advent of Code in last year was Go, and yeah, I liked it. It was good. I would say my number one or the language that I'm most comfortable with and would say I'm most competent in is C# and or TypeScript. And C# is by far my favorite language. But so far I've learned I would say I've learned C#, Go, Rust, Python, obviously TypeScript and JavaScript. And then I guess at some point I'm going to learn C in this course, or in the boot.dev path, which will be good. But yeah, Go's a good language. I like it. What's up, Mark? Appreciate your support in both places. AI makes development heaven and hell. Yeah, for me, AI has robbed from programming and coding the part that I enjoyed the most, which was the craft of it. And it hasn't stolen it from me, but it's definitely stolen it from like the broader, I don't know what you want to call it, profession, community, environment. Like there's just been, in the last year, there's been this huge swing uh, towards AI powered development, and just kind of even it's not even just from random people. It's like from programmers and developers that I've been following for years now that have just wholesale tipped into agentic workflows or AI powered workflows, and the whole idea of like craft and taste and expertise and stuff has really just, yeah, just kind of fallen by the wayside, which I don't know. And even just the joy of programming and coding itself, I feel like that's a big struggle that a lot of people haven't shared a ton about, is just like how much the joy of programming and coding I think has been robbed from a lot of people. But that's, yeah, I don't know. I guess I just have a different feeling about it than everybody else. I'm also, one of my hot takes about AI is that I think in 10 or 20 years, we're going to be having a lot of the same conversations about AI's impact on our well-being as we've had in the last decade about social media on our well-being. I think far too many people underestimate the negative impact AI is having on their own cognitive development and abilities, which is, to me, is scary, but to other people, they've just kind of embraced it and aren't really looking back, which is, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own life, you know? Whoops. Import math math.log d base. I think that's right. Oh yeah. Note, you can do the pattern from library import X, by the way. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't mind it just importing it all. Just give me everything. Just bring it all in. Means and medians. Means and medians. Which is usually best? Yeah. Know about that. Okay, we now need a way to show our locked-in influencers the average follower count of the people they follow. This will help them know if they're following people who are more or less popular than them. It should return the average of the given list of numbers. If a list is empty, it should return none. Okay, if length of list equals 0, return none. Otherwise, we do, actually, let's do this. Length equals length of nums. And then we do return sum of nums divide by length. Woohoo! Oh, our old friend, Big O notation. By the way, how do you like the type hints in Python? I like the type hints, although I just got done. I just got done doing a really big rewrite of a Python SDK, and I added a lot of nice type hints. But I will say, when you start getting into more complex scenarios like generics, things get a little weird, I guess I would say. Hold on. This is not the right. This is not the right branch. It's, oh shoot. Yeah. This is, I think this is overriding it. Okay, hold on. Hold on one sec. I gotta fix something. CD into here. Yeah. Get remote. We need to get log. We need to get remote, remove the get up remote. We need to get remote add this guy. Get remote add get T. Then we need to get push everything from here to there. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I was just gonna bitch for a second about the generics. So in my SDK, I have like a wrapper response for API responses, or I also have like the paging request has a generic, or not. Is it paging request? No, I have like a page response model. But anyways, what I was going to say is when you start getting to this generic typing, you have to do weird things to me. And the fact that you have to import the types is also kind of weird. Like you have to import them from a module is also kind of weird. I don't know. It feels very much like a type system that was bolted on to a dynamic language, which that's exactly what it was. So what what are you gonna do? Oh, I didn't mean to actually run that workflow. I don't think that'll harm anything. It just won't be able to publish. Okay, did that update? There you go. What's that? Okay. All right, sorry, I got distracted there for a second. Let's see. Also, it's better to just check if the list exists at all by convention, i.e. just do if not list return and such. Really? Somebody told me that empty lists though are falsy. So that wouldn't be a good check here because the requirement says, right, if the list is empty, it should return none. So I think if there's a, I think if I just did if, what'd you say? If not list. Oh, okay. So if not, nums works for that, right? But this would not work. Yeah. So that's a weird. Why in Python? Why are empty lists falsy? Hmm. So that's why you have to put the not in front. This works because Python evaluates the truthiness of the list. If not my list, this will print list is empty. I don't know. I mean, even if that's the convention, I'll happily stick to it. But man, that doesn't seem super clear or make a lot of sense when you read it. Yesterday, I was complaining that there wasn't an isEmpty function. I love namespace pollution. Hey, what's up, Bradley? Good to see you, man. It's life is good. I'm healthy. My kids are healthy. My wife's healthy. There's not really anything I can complain about. It could be worse. It could be so much worse. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right, we should probably give this. We should probably read this one. Good review. Good morning, Keyshawn. Nice to see you. All right, there are a lot of existing algorithms. Some are fast, some are slow, some use lots of memory. It can be hard to decide which algorithm is the best to solve a particular problem. Big O analysis is one way to compute the practicality of algorithms by classifying their time complexity. Excuse me. Big O is a characterization of algorithms according to their worst case growth rates. We write Big O notation like this. O of formula, where formula describes how an algorithm's runtime or space requirements grow as the input size grows. The following widget shows the growth rate of several different Big O categories. The size of the input is shown on the x-axis, and how long the algorithm will take to complete is shown on the y-axis. So where's O of n squared? That's the orange line. This graph seems a little not compare as input size increases. Huh. I thought O of n squared. Oh, sorry. I want O of 2 to the n. And then you have factorial here. Huh, I guess I would have thought these lines would have more of a upward curve on them. I don't know what about this graph strikes me as off. The purple line's factorial. Like these almost look linear, right? Like the way oh, because this is logarithmic. That's why. I was I was like something about this looks wrong. It's because the y-axis is not it's not a linear axis, right? So the space between the first y line, the first grid mark, and the second grid mark, and the second grid mark and the third grid mark are orders of magnitude, or several orders of magnitude. Also, I pretty much do believe this is a log scale, so that's probably yes. Yep, you're 100% right. Hello, Tobias. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I see a lot of familiar faces, which is kind of crazy because I thought when I started streaming again, I'd like see nobody that I used to see a month or two ago. I figured everybody moved on. So appreciate you guys stopping back by the stream. Good to see you. Okay, the worst big O category. The algorithms that slow down the fastest in our chart are the factorial and the exponential algorithms. Which of these algorithms tend to run slowest? That would be this OBN would be slower than OLogin, slower than constant time, so I think it's this one. Okay. See, OBN is very common. When the number of steps in an algorithm grows at the same rate as its input size is classified as OBN. For example, find minimum algorithm from earlier is OBN. Set min to positive infinity. For each number in the list, compare it to min. If it's smaller, set min to that number. Min is now set to the smallest number in the list. The input to the find min algorithm is a list of size n, because we loop over each item in the input once. We add one step to our algorithm for each item in our list. Yep. Locked in users want to know which of their followers has the highest engagement score. Complete the find max function. It should take a list of integers and return the largest value in the list. The runtime complexity of this function should be OBN. So this is just the opposite of find min. So we'll say max equals float. What is it? Infinity? How do I declare Python float? INF, right? Yeah, INF. I'm right. Okay. So then we do for num in nums if num is greater than max, this should be negative. Then set max to num, and then return the max. Steven's the most grounded streamer, not gonna lie. Well, yeah, because I mean, the digital world is just not the real world, and I'm not famous. I'm just some random dad in Kansas, trying to work his way to retirement, trying to pass the time by making some content on the internet. So I'm just a normal person like you guys. Fuck no, been waiting for you to return. Well, that's very nice of you, Tobias. It's very nice of you. Good to hear. I took a new role at a competitor. Got put on gardening leave for 4 weeks. Didn't touch any coding. Was a nice reset. Back in the thick of it now. That's awesome, dude. 4 weeks of garden leave? I love that. So how's the competitor? Do you like have you started the new job? And do you like it? That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Congratulations on the new gig. Making a job change is always kind of a scary, it's an exciting and yet kind of anxious, right, decision, because you're kind of going from the devil you know to the devil you don't know, and you're hoping that the devil you don't know is going to be better than the devil you do know, and it's kind of a crapshoot. I've been through multiple experiences where I made the change and it was actually a worse experience, and then I've been through experiences where I made the change and it was a better experience, and in both cases I thought it was going to be better, and you just never really know until you're there. Hello, Kale. Another day of Windows updates and MSP calling for Azure perms. Well, hey, man. Good to see you. Hope your day was great. Yep, I am streaming, so welcome. I hope you had an awesome, what was it? It was Tuesday for you, right? Hope you had an awesome Tuesday. Yes, yeah, exactly. When you've got family, yeah, because you are kind of whenever you make a job change, it's going to have an impact, right? Like, it's definitely going to change your. I actually saw that with a friend of mine. He left one job that was remote for another job that was not remote, and the they have they have quite a few kids, all younger, and the level of impact that had on just kind of their daily routine and lifestyle. Uh, yeah, it's and then it ended, and not only that, but then it ended up not being a good fit for him. And he recently just left that job and took a new job, which is going much better. But you just never know. You never know. And but that's why you can't be hard on yourself. You know, if you make a change and it doesn't work out, you just gotta, give yourself grace and move on to the next one. You know, there will always be another job. There's there's no shortage of work on this planet. It's been 2 weeks, going pretty good so far. Can only move forward though for better or worse once you make the decision. That's right. Yeah, it's like you're. Although I will say I've done the boomerang thing. So I worked at a company, went to work for one of that company's vendors. I thought it was going to be like awesome. 3 months in, I was like, this is not for me. I got to get out. Uh, and I was interviewing for jobs, and actually, I was actually set to accept a job at an insurance agency selling insurance. Like I had multiple interviews with the person. I was supposed to go to their house for dinner and like negotiate my salary and kind of my compensation package or whatever. And I ended up reaching out to the boss of my previous company and was like, "Hey, I just wanted to reach out and just see if there was any possibility of me coming back and picking up where I left off at my previous position." Um, and that ended up working out. So I left the company for 3 months, then came right back to the company. And what was crazy is like when I showed back up at the company, nothing really had changed. Like I basically just picked up all my old projects and started again. It was like I went on sabbatical for 3 months. So I've done that. I mean, you just, you know, you just never, and that's why you're not, that's why it's always better not to burn bridges. And that's why it's important to leave on good terms. And I think that's why it's always so important from a professional standpoint is regardless of where you work or who you work with, you need to place the relationships that you're developing in your career sort of on a pedestal because life is very long and you have no idea what's going to happen and you have no idea who's going to end up where and how that relationship or how that person could benefit you one day, you know? So, I don't know. Lessons learned, right? Just it is what it is. Mortgage, car payments, daycare, food, insurance, yep. Lots of responsibilities, Tobias. Yeah. I finally got life insurance this past year. For a lot of those reasons you just listed there. Yeah, you gotta make sure your loved ones are taken care of, whether you're here or not. Job changes suck. This one is a contract. Best decision I took, but it means I have an end date, things coming, and then some part-time work that I'm not looking forward to. Well, I mean, but you're getting experience, Kale. So I mean, I know contract's not always the best thing. If I have a choice, I'm not gonna pick a contract role, but sometimes you don't have a choice. So as long as you're getting experience, it'll serve you well in the next thing. Every day I bless my heart for still not having to do all that. uh, is it worth it? Or it is worth it, but damn, it takes a while to get used to it. Yeah. Yeah, having people depend on you, it's a whole different ball of wax. I think that's why sometimes I try to have a lot of empathy and understanding for people who don't have people that are counting on you in that way, because you just can't understand until you do, you know? It changes how you make decisions and how you live your life. All right, we're caffeinated. Locked in needs search capabilities. For now, we'll build something slow so we can see into the square algorithm in practice, or in squared algorithm practice. Complete the does name exists function. For each first name in first names, for each last name in last names, if a first last name combination joined with a space matches the full name, it should return true. If the loop finishes, it should return false. So let's do return false. And then we'll say for first in first names, for last in last names, if first combined with last equals, whoops. Woohoo! Did you see how slow that was? When we actually submitted it? Oh, man. Oh, night blindness, huh? Ooh, that sucks. I kind of joke with my wife sometimes that she's blind at night. She doesn't have very good eyesight. She wears glasses and contacts and stuff, but I always feel like at night it's harder for her to see stuff. But I guess you have some sort of actual diagnosed version of night blindness. Refer to the following functions. Assume that first name and last name are the same length. What are the big O complexity of a print names 1 and print names 2? So this is this grows with the input, so that would be O of n. And this is squared, so this is O of n squared. Which function will finish faster, assuming first names and last names are the same non-zero length? That would be print names 1. O of nm is very similar to O of n squared, but instead of a single input that we care about, there are two. If n and m increase at the same rate, then O of n times m is effectively the same as O of n squared. However, if n or m increases faster or slower, then it's useful to track their complexity separately. Locked in needs a tool that allows big brands to see how many of an influencer's followers are loyal to their brand. Complete the get average brand followers functions. It takes 2 inputs. A two-dimensional list, or a list of lists, of strings representing our user handles on a per influencer basis. And then a brand name, which is the string. Returns the average number of handles that contain the brand name across the list. Each list represents the audience of a single influencer. Okay, so we actually have to check if the brand name is in each one. Yeah. Regarding Big O, the number of influencers matters. That's our in. However, the average number of followers of each influencer, the average length of the list is just as important. That's in. So this is still a nested. So we'll say for handles in all handles. And for now, we'll just pass. And we'll return some result here. Okay. So that's 4 divided by 3. So then we just need a total. So we'll do total equals 0. And then at the bottom, we'll do total divided by length of all handles. And then for each handle in handles, we want to see if brand name is in the handle. Total that. It's very slow, but it works. We have 3 minutes left in our potion. Constants don't matter. Big O notation only describes the theoretical growth rate of algorithms. It doesn't deal with the actual time an algorithm takes to run on a given machine. As such, when doing big O analysis, we don't let ourselves get bogged down in the details. For example, take a look at the following functions. As you would expect, print names once will take half the time to run as print names twice. In the real world of software engineering, doubling the speed is awesome. The funny thing about big O analysis is that we don't care. We're academics. TM. Both the functions above have the same rate of growth, O of n. You might be tempted to say print names twice should be O of 2 times n, but you would be missing the whole point of big O. Constants affect actual runtime, but in big O analysis, we drop them because they don't affect the runtime scales, which makes sense. Which is a real category in big O notation? This one. Which is a real, whoops. How would we reduce, oh, my internet connection dropped again. Damn, it's going to be one of those days. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, what about space complexity? It's the same, it works the same way. Yeah, it works the same way. You drop the constants because you really only care about what impacts how it scales with inputs or the size of your input. What is the big O of sum and double sum respectively? So let's see, this would be O of n, and then this would also be O of n. Ignoring big O theory, which function will realistically take longer to execute? So obviously double sum does perform more operations, but this, I mean, this is not going to really probably add that, or sorry, this is really not going to add that amount of time. I'm going to say they're going to take the same amount of time. Okay, so I guess we'll say double sum. But I'd like you to explain this one. One extra operation per iteration. Each iteration does 2 operations instead. Question 2, which is realistically slower? Double sum will realistically take longer. Even though big O says they're equivalent in real world, those extra operations do cost time. I wonder what the size of the input would have to be before you'd actually really notice that extra operation. All right, O of 1 means that no matter the size of input, there's no growth in the runtime of the algorithm. It's also referred to as a constant time algorithm. In Python, a dictionary offers the ability to look up items by key, which is an operation that is independent of the size of the dictionary. We need to be able to search our locked-in users base more quickly. Our users are complaining that the search bar is painfully slow. You'll notice that if you run the code in its current state, it will take a very long time. Okay, let's run it. The find last name function takes a names dictionary, and a first name. If first name is a key in the dictionary, find last name returns the associated last name. If the key is not found, it returns none. So I think we can actually simplify this to just return names dict.get, like that. Still feels slow though, don't it? But I guess it must be faster by comparison by some amount. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna put some water on for coffee. If anybody's still here. I don't keep any stats up while I stream anymore, so I don't even know if there's anybody here. But I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put some water on to boil. Okay. Moving our body. Now don't let me forget about the binary search. Here we go. Okay. Given a list of n elements sorted from least to greatest and a target value, do the following. Set low to 0 and high to n-1. So we do low equals 0, high equals -1. And we're going to do while low is less than or equal to high. Set median, the position of the middle element, to low plus high divided by 2. So I'll say median equals low plus high divided by 2. That should be length of array. Okay, then we'll say if list at median equals our target, return found. Why are you upset? Is it because it's a float? So we need to do, I guess we can cast it? Or is there like a math dot floor? Oh, whoops. I'm such an idiot. This should be not median, or not list, this should be array. Now you're upset because we need to cast. Is there like a math dot floor? Import math. Okay. Otherwise, we will say if, I guess we have to do else if elif list array median is less than target, then we are going to do low equals median plus 1, else high equals median minus 1. Then we'll return false. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And I got my chest. Do I have a lot? Role unlocked. I've reached scholar level. Only 17% of members have reached scholar level. I feel special. Let's see. Activate greater potion. You'll gain plus 25% XP for 72 hours. Oh, we're going to have to grind a lot over the next 3 days. So, yeah. Buffer Ghost, you can use -- or / for integer division. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. You the man. You saved me a couple characters there. Yes, yes, the old R matey. Go check my water's done for my coffee. It's probably not recommended to brew coffee at your desk with a bunch of electronics on it, but I like to live dangerously. This is about as dangerous as my living gets, so. It'll be really sad if I knock this over. I feel like I jinxed myself. Also, hello, Buffer Ghost. I don't think I acknowledge your arrival. Alright. We did the bloom. This is currently what I'm using to make my coffee too, by the way. I always share this because for a long time I didn't know this type of brewer. I didn't know this type of coffee brewer existed. Let's see. It's called a Hario, not V60. Shit. Uh, it's on my Amazon orders. Let me see if I can find it. It's very similar if you've ever brewed coffee before in a clever dripper. Clever dripper. So if you've ever made coffee in one of these, it's very similar to that, but it looks more like a pour over. Yeah, this is what I'm using. It's called a Hario switch. And basically it's kind of like a crossover, or like, what would you call it? A hybrid. It's like a hybrid between like a pour over and a French press. So you basically let the coffee ground sit and brew sort of in an immersive way, very similar to a French press, but then you strain it or filter it like a pour over. So this has become my favorite way to make coffee. I have a clever dripper, but I recently switched over to using this switch contraption. Very nice. And not terribly expensive. Again, you probably should not be brewing coffee at your desk covered in electronics, but the taste is very good. So the taste I think because it does sort of the same, what do I want to say? Because it's a hybrid between a French press and a pour over, you get the best of both worlds without the worst of either world. So in my experience, it's difficult to get a really rich, bold, like strong cup of coffee from a pour over, but pour overs typically have like a very like clean, crisp mouthfeel, and you don't typically get a lot of like the sediment or the oils that you typically get from a French press. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, where you get a coffee that's really strong, but like a sensory experience that's much nicer than drinking like a French press coffee, because typically French press coffee has like, sometimes you get some of the coffee oil or sediment that's dissolved into the water as part of the, I don't know what I don't know what all the right terms are in the fancy coffee culture, but I'll just say like the mouth feel of a French press is not as nice as a pour over. Okay, that's done. All right, back at it. It's Edge. I use Edge. I catch a lot of shit for using Edge, but that's my preferred one. Hello, Arvin. Good to see you. Get yourself a coffee boiling pot. What's a FFS? Get yourself a coffee boiling pot. FSF. coffee boiling hot. What is that? It's like a special type of boil the perfect cup of cowboy coffee. Bring your pot of water to a rolling boil, remove it from heat, add coarse coffee, let it steep for 3 minutes, pour half a cup of cold water down the spout to sink the grounds. Huh. I don't think I've ever had coffee in one of these. It sounds sort of like what you do with a French press. I mean, I'm always down to try any type of brewing. Like one of the fanciest ways I have to brew coffee here at the house is a vacuum coffee maker. It's a stovetop one, so it actually creates a vacuum and pulls the water up into the grounds, and then as it cools, it lets the coffee filter from the grounds back into the pot. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm always up for trying stuff. FS means for fuck's sake. Get yourself a coffee boiling pot for fuck's sake. Well, I have an electric kettle. Is that not the same? Buffer Ghost, you don't like my choice of browser? I do. I catch a lot of shit for my browser choice. But I switched over to Edge probably 3 years ago or 4 years ago because at the time they were like one of the only browsers that had vertical tab support, like first class vertical tab support. And it's kind of grown on me. And now here I am. Oh, not at all. Okay. Arvin, no, the copper-made Turkish coffee pot is what I have. I don't think I've seen people make Turkish coffee, and it doesn't look appealing to me because, like I said, one of my least favorite things about a French press coffee is the mouthfeel of it. And when I look at the way they make Turkish coffee, I'm guessing the mouthfeel of that coffee is going to be very... But again, damn, man, my internet will not cooperate today. Sorry, guys. But, like I said, I'm down. I'm down to try it. I'll try it once. Firefox? Yeah, Firefox is a fine browser. I had someone recommend... there was some new browser that somebody recommended to me that was supposed to be... what's it called? I installed it on my phone. Vivaldi? Have you guys heard of the Vivaldi browser? I haven't actually given it a try yet, but... somebody recommended that one to me. Yeah, I've never tried it, yeah. I mean, it's just so hard. Once you have a kind of a setup and a workflow, you know, that you're happy with, it actually requires a lot of effort to change it. Oh, I disconnected from Twitch again. There we go. We're reconnected. Yeah, I don't know what is the underlying technology of Vivaldi. Eventually, we're gonna have a new browser engine, right? Pretty soon, with the Ladybird project. Let's see. So it looks like it's made by the same guy that created the Opera browser. Yes, it is a Chromium-based browser, it looks like. Oh no, that's talking about Opera. Blink? V8. Let's see. What is the Vivaldi browser engine? Yeah, runs Chromium. Yep, you're right. But hopefully in let's see. The last time I looked at their website, it was like 2027 when we were supposed to get a look at their browser. What happened? Their CSS didn't load? There we go. FAQ. When is it coming? We are targeting 2026 for a first alpha version on Linux and macOS. Oh man, the Windows guy gets left out. Yeah. I mean, this is exciting though. Once this hits the market, it'll be very cool. Yeah. I think people should be supportive and excited for it just for the sheer fact of optionality, right? Like you want to have options. Ever heard of LibreWolf? It's a cool private. No, I have not. LibreWolf? That's a new one. I like it. The one that actually, the browser that did have me, like I had switched from Edge to this other browser. Now I forget the name of it. I don't know if anybody is here in chat that was here back when I was using it. What was that browser called? Let's see, list of browsers. It was from the same people that made Arc. Zen, that's what it was. I was using the Zen browser. I was using the Zen browser exclusively. And they changed something with the way the way that tabs and windows worked in it. And I just was like, yo, screw this. This completely broke all my workflows. So I went back to Edge. It was the Zen browser. LibreWolf looks nice. The thing that I want from my browser is I want the cleanest, minimalist UI as possible. I want to get rid as much that isn't the web page as possible. Like if I could in Edge, I would ideally like to collapse the left bar even more, just like get rid of it almost altogether. Get rid of the top. You know, like I only want to see the web page, basically. And then give me like first class support for keyboard navigation. No, it wasn't Helium, it was Zen. But I've had people recommend Helium before in chat. Coffee. It should iterate over all the names in the nested list of lists and count all the instances of target name. Count equals 0. Return count for a list in lists. A list for name in list if name equals target, then count. Oh, some sorting algorithms. Here we go. We need to sort influencers by vanity. Complete the vanity and vanity sort functions. The vanity function accepts an instance of an influencer and returns their vanity score. The vanity score should be the number of links in their bio multiplied by 5 plus their number of selfies. The vanity sort function should return a list of influencers ordered by their vanity from least to greatest, so ascending order. You can pass a function as a named parameter called key to sorted to control the metric the sorting algorithm will use for comparison. Okay, so first let's do the vanity. Vanity accepts an instance of influencer and returns their vanity score. So we do influencer dot num of bio links. I'm kind of guilty of, I wouldn't classify myself as an influencer. I think I'm just a very small time creator, you know? But I am kind of guilty of probably having too many links, you know? I probably could trim this up a little bit. I don't know. This seems reasonable though. These are all links that I would want people to have, you know? But it's a good vanity function here. Good way to calculate the vanity of somebody. Num of biolinks times multiplied by 5 plus the number of selfies. So influencer. I don't have a lot of selfies. Although I guess you could say, I guess you could kind of say streaming is all one big selfie. I don't need a semi. Okay. And then we want to return sorted. Take in the influencers. And we do, what was it? Key. And so this will be where does vanity get called? Oh, I can pass vanity to it. Like that. There we go. Success. Vanity. I guess vanity, you know, what's the, I guess when I think of vanity, I think of like, you're into yourself. Let's see. Vanity primarily refers to excessive pride, conceit, or an overwhelming preoccupation with your own appearance, abilities, or achievements. So I guess if you're going to get on the internet and stream yourself doing boot.dev, you have to have some level, I guess, of vanity. See you, Arvin. Oh, you were okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking what vanity was, but you were actually giving me the answer. I appreciate you, Buffer Ghost. I appreciate you. Sorry, Arvin. Sorry about the stream, man. It may not be your internet. It could be mine. I've had some internet struggles this morning, so it's not you. It's me. Man, we still haven't leveled up yet. Either I'm moving slowly or it's taking a lot more XP to get to each successive level. Okay. We choose to write sorting algorithms from scratch not because it is easy, but because it is hard. You could say the same thing about writing code with AI. without AI. We choose to write code without AI not because it is easy, but because it is hard. In all seriousness, in this chapter, we'll be building some of the most famous sorting algorithms from scratch because it's good to understand how they work under the hood. It's great algorithmic thinking practice. It's fun, at least for me. Bubble sort is a very basic sorting algorithm named for the way elements bubble up to the top of the list. Bubble sort repeatedly steps through a slice and compares adjacent elements, swapping them if they're out of order. It continues to loop over the slice until the whole list is completely sorted. Here's the pseudocode. Try stepping through a small example. Oh, this is cool. I wonder how they rendered this. How did they... Markdown widget frame controls. Yeah, I wonder though how they're... Oh, let's see if this is a library or something, or if they hand-rolled this. Markdown widget. Markdown widget. Boot.dev GitHub. Do they have their curriculum? Let's see, pass. That's their curriculum. That's not what I want. That's the CLI. I guess they don't have their code base publicly available. I mean, that makes sense. I wonder how they did that though. It's a pretty cool little, considering it's got like this visual graphic. And then you can play it. So it's almost like an animation, markdown anime. That's very cool. Markdown widget host. Maybe they just built this themselves. How is the graph rendered? It's just divs. I'm just thinking about like what's the if this is a component that they wrote themselves, right? Like how they, just wondering what the data structure looks like to represent this. Now I'm kind of nerd sniping myself of like how would I recreate this? I don't know. That's really cool though, because I could see this being really useful to do stuff like this in documentation or explainer blog posts. That's really cool. Let's see. I'm gonna tag. Maybe he'll respond. Let's see. Lane Wagner. Wonder if he'll respond. Okay. Oh, I remembered it. I'm just gonna oh, is he not open to messages? Oh, you have to be verified. I guess I'll just tag him in a post then. Let's just do this is what happens. I get distracted. Lane. Did you guys build this markdown animation widget yourselves? Or something off the shelf? Super cool. We'll see if he responds. I don't know. I don't know if he actually pays attention to his. Some people are more friendly than others. Oh my God, what is happening? Has the universe changed and Steven has been reborn? I'm here. I'm here. I think Python has a library like this for writing visuals with code. I forgot the name though. Well, Buffer Ghost, if you remember the name, I would love to know it, because this is a very cool experience. Also, Gunheist, good to see you again, man. Hope you're doing well. Yes, the universe has changed, and I'm here again. We must implement bubble sort. While our avocado toast influencers were happy with our search functionality, they want to be able to sort all their followers by follower count. Bubble sort is a straightforward sorting algorithm that we can implement quickly, so let's do that. Complete the bubble sort function according to the described algorithm above. Okay, so let's initialize a variable called swapping. We set that to true. Set in to the length of the input. So we say in equals length of nums. We say while swapping, we do swapping equals false. Interesting. And then we say for I in range from the second element to the end. So we'll say I from range of length of nums plus 1. No, because we want to go what do we want to do here? For I from the second element. So we do here, right? Print 1. Or print I, sorry. Let's run this real quick. So if there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, we skipped the first one. Okay, so if the I minus 1 element of the input list is greater than the ith element, swap them. So let's do if nums at I minus 1 is greater than nums at I then we do but we have to have some temps, don't we? So we do temp equals nums at I, and then we'll go nums at I minus 1 equal nums at I, and then nums at I equals temp. We set swapping equal to true, and then outside the loop we do end equals then we return nums. Success! Hey, what's up, man? Hello, Sogo. Good to see you, man. Python library for doing great data and structure visualization is Bokeh. I do enjoy it a lot. Bokeh, huh? I've never heard of that one. So I guess, what about though, like doing visualizations like this? Do you know of any libraries that do this out of the box that allow you to have like it's almost like a flip book, you know? Like a flip book animation, but embedded into a markdown document that's being rendered as HTML. It's very cool. I don't think I've seen this before. I could see this being very helpful to explain or step through more complex things in a visual way, you know, just like they're using it here. But you could probably use this for like code architecture diagrams and things like that. I would use it in blog posts. It's cool. What is bubble sort's big O complexity? It would be O of n because we have to while loop and then for inside of it. What are the best and worst case runtimes of the bubble sort? So at worst, it's in squared. At best, if assuming everything was ordered, then it would be in. Like if they gave us an already sorted list by chance, at best I think it would be in. Yeah. I use Markdown to HTML all the time for blogs. Yeah, yeah, it's great for that. That's how my blog is. My blog is written in Markdown, and then I use a library in C# called MarkDig that does the heavy lifting. Yeah. But I think it's cool when like there's a guy named Dan Avramov, and he's kind of who I stole my so that you can interact with it. And have always wanted to figure out how to do that for my blog. My blog's written in C# and Blazor, and I've always wanted to kind of figure out how to recreate that. But this is very cool too. This thing on boot.dev is very cool too, where you have this like, where'd it go? You know, just this interactivity, right? But if you're going to use it in blog posts, it has to be like low effort. You know, you can't like have to. You don't want to have to like construct a complex thing one off from scratch every time, right? It needs to be very easy to inject the interactivity. Did I disconnect? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kale. I've been struggling. I think I've disconnected like 2 or 3 times now at this point. I don't know what to do. Yesterday I had no problems. Had no problems whatsoever. But today we have problems. Let's see, what is a good reason to use bubble sort? I need to save on memory. I need a fast algorithm that stays fast on large data sets. Well, that's not right. I don't have much disk space. I guess because I'm studying algorithms, probably the best one. See, merge sort is a recursive sorting algorithm, and it's quite a bit faster than bubble sort. It's a divide and conquer. Divide the large problem into smaller problems, recursively solve the smaller problems, combine the results of the smaller problems to solve the large problem. In merge sort, we divide the array into 2 equal halves. Recursively sort the 2 halves. Merge the 2 halves to form a sorted array. So we have 2 separate functions. We have merge sort and we have merge. So in other words, all the real sorting happens in merge. Let's see, input A, an unsorted list of integers. If the length of A is less than 2, it's already sorted, so return it. If the length the length of A is less than... Oh, yeah, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Why would that be the case? Because we're dividing. So we can say if length of nums is less than 2, return nums. That's our base case. Otherwise, we're going to split the input into 2 halves down the middle. Call merge sort twice, once on each half. Return the result of calling merge sorted left, sorted right on the results of the merge sort. So we'll say sorted left side equals something, and sorted, I guess we'll do this, put that below there, sorted right side equals something. Return merge sorted left side, sorted right side. And then we should be able to say we want to take nums and split them, right? So we say we want everything from the beginning to length of nums divide by 2. So I just call it middle, I guess. Length of nums. And then from here we take middle to the end. Like that, I think. Let's print this. Print sorted left and print sorted right. So if this was our input, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we should take 5 and 4 and then 3 and 2. 3, 2, 1. I think that's right. We're going to find out. P5JS. Let's look. P5.js. I've never heard of that. Oh wow, this looks like it does a lot of cool, crazy things. Yeah, but the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, I 100% believe you can build that functionality that we saw, but I also wonder, there's got to be, like, you don't want to, if you're authoring content like this, or if you're authoring a blog, right? You don't want to have to be like, okay, let me get PJ5S and let me build like this custom JavaScript thing that I have to figure out how do I embed that or have that load on the page, right? Like you ideally want some sort of like data structure that you can pass to some component that you just put in your markdown, right? And then the whatever thing you've built to render your blog post just takes care of like injecting and hydrating and making it work, right? Basically what I'm saying is I don't want to have to build it myself. I just want it to already exist as a package or a component or something. We'll see though. Maybe the boot.dev, maybe Lane for boot.dev will get back to me. I don't know. People on the internet are sometimes weird. They're not very, but I get it. I mean, people with really big followings, they probably don't want to be super friendly because then they get too many people who think they get too many parasocial relationships happening. Yeah, what you said, Kale. I want it to be dynamic and scalable, and I don't want to have to put any effort to make it that way. I have heard of 3JS. Never used it, but I've heard of it. All right, let's see if we can now implement the merge. So let's do final, return final. Uh-oh. Failed to load widget merge sort. Oh no. That's a bummer. It looks like they must be using Nuxt to serve their site. It's interesting. They embed this URL encoded. I think it's the ID of the lesson you're on. That's too bad. I would have liked to see it again. Hey, Minnesota fans. Good morning. Good to see you. I've used it for one project, went back to Next.js. I've never used Nuxt myself, although I prefer Vue. Like I kind of fallen in love with Vue over React. I mean, I still like React a lot. I just kind of have fallen in love a little bit more with some of the stuff in the Vue ecosystem. So I think if I was to build some sort of application where I needed all the whiz-bang features that something like Nuxt offers, I would use Nuxt over Next, but I've never actually used it. I don't know. I still am of the opinion that if you're building stuff on the front end or you're building a web app, it's so much easier to reason about things if you just have a spa or a client that all it does is it paints data to the screen on the front end and it fetches data from the back end. I still feel like it's such a simpler architectural way to reason about things. But I do understand that there are people who need, all the functionality of something like a Nuxt or a Next.js with API routes and server-side rendering and all that stuff. So, but 9 times out of 10, I don't have need for anything that robust. Okay, so we're gonna do I equals 0, j equals 0. Excuse me, that energy drink I drank earlier giving me a lot of burping. So while I is less than the length of the first, and j is less than length of b, or second in this case, we are going to compare first at I and second at j, and append the smaller or equal value. So if first at I is less than or equal to second at j, then we will say final dot append first. Else we are going to final dot append second at j. And I kind of don't like the fact that I'm repeating myself there with the index accessor, so I'm just going to say first value equals first at I, second value equals second j is a second value. First value. Okay. And then we need to do some decrementing. Increment the index for the list you just took from. Okay, so if we so if I take from first, this would be I plus plus, and then j plus plus, or sorry, plus equals 1, plus equals 1. Let's see, expected 1, 2, 3, actual 2, 1. So I think I'm doing this in reverse. Use a loop to compare the current element of A and B. While I is length of A and J is length of B, append the smaller append. What have I done wrong here? Less than or equal to first value is less than or equal to second value. Append the first value, because it's the smaller. Implement the index for the list you just took from. So what does that mean? Increment the index after comparing the items. There may be some items left over in either A or B. Add those extra items to the final list. Okay, where's the recursiveness though in here? That's where I'm missing. Oh. This should be, yeah, I missed that. Okay. So it's still failing. We are though getting the right first element, but we're only getting one element. called merge sort twice. Then return the result of calling merge on the result of the merge sort calls. Man, I'm so close to getting to level 51. This data structure and algorithms course is very long. Well, I guess what should happen is after comparing all the lists, there may be some items left over in either A or B. Add those items to the final list. So final how do I append a list to a list? Python append list to list. We can concatenate. Oh, cool. Or we can use extend. Okay, so let's do final plus first. Yeah, but see, there's something, I'm not mutating the list, I don't think, correctly. Because it says, after comparing all the items, there may be some items left over in either A or B. Add those extra items to the list. But right now, I'm not actually taking from them. Let me ask Boots. So should I be mutating the first and second lists? So I guess I would go from I to the end, and from J to the end. Okay, this doesn't make sense to me. So it needs to be first and second, though. No? Okay, let's see if this works for all the... Alright, I don't understand this algorithm. I don't... Okay, let's see if Boots... I don't understand this algorithm. Could you you please use some examples to step me through the transformations? I'm just using their built-in, boot.dev has a built-in little AI helper, and I'm just using that to. Yeah, I still don't quite wrap. This still doesn't, for some whatever reason, my brain can't wrap my head around this visually. But I've spent enough time on it. So we're gonna go to the next one. Hello, Carter Edits. I think I remember you. I don't know, man. It's been about a month since I've streamed, so I have seen many familiar faces though. Let's see. What is merge sort's big O complexity? It would be, I think it's O log in, because we are always having the input. Okay. Or is it in? There we go. Let's see. Could you give me a good explanation of where the in term comes from in the O in log in? Because I think that comes from the original input. That is the original input, correct? Damn internet cut out again. Son of a bitch. I don't know. Now at some level I'm almost wondering if I'd be better off streaming over Wi-Fi compared to this hard line connection, because it seems like it drops all the time. But it didn't drop one time yesterday, so I don't know. It's a quagmire. When might merge sort be a good idea? Need simple sorting algorithm for a small data set that can be written quickly. Need a fast sorting algorithm, and memory isn't an issue. Let's say with this. Which function is recursive? Merge sort is recursive. When might merge sort be a good idea? Yeah, I already answered that. Insertion sort. Insertion sort builds a sorted list one item at a time. It's much less efficient on large lists than merge sort because it's O of n squared, but it's actually faster than merge sort on small lists. Let's see. Our influencers want to sort their affiliate deals. Man, I need some affiliate deals. I want to be a real influencer. None of our users have more than a couple hundred affiliate deals, so we don't need an in times log of n algorithm like merge sort. In fact, insertion sort can be faster than merge sort and uses less of our server's memory. Complete the insertion sort function according to the given pseudocode. For each index in the input list, starting with the second element. Okay, so we can do for I in range, we'll start at 1 and we'll go to the length of nums. And then we can say j equals the current index. And then we'll say while j is greater than 0 and the element j minus 1 is greater, the element at, so this would be previous equals nums at j minus 1 and the current equals nums at j. Whoop. Then we say while previous is greater than current, swap the elements at the indices. So this will be a temp, and we'll say this is equal to nums at j minus 1. Then we will say nums j minus 1 equals nums at j, or I guess we could say current, and then we can say nums at j is equal to previous. So that's our swap. Then decrement j by 1. And then return nums. I'm nowhere near correct. I have a actual 144 I have multiple 4s. For each index in the list input starting with the second, set a j variable to the current index, which is I. Okay. Then write a while loop, and we'll say j is greater than 0. And while the previous element do I need to inline these maybe? Nums at j. So this would be nums at j, and this would be our temp. There we go. I actually wonder, can I leave these like they are? And this should actually be temp. Yeah, because I'm modifying that list. So make this nums j. Nums j minus 1. Nums at j. And temp. Yeah, right. Success. Let's see. Insertion sort has a big O of n squared because that's its worst case complexity. The outer loop of insertion sort always executes n times, while the inner loop depends on the input. Best case, if the data is pre-sorted, insertion sort becomes really fast. Can you see why? Yeah. I can see why. Worst case, if the data is in reverse order, it's still O of n. So what is insertion sort's big O complexity? Well, they just told me. It's O of n squared. That's not a very good question. What is the insertion sort's big O complexity on already sorted? That would be O of n. Let's see. Why use insertion sort? Is insertion sort useful in production systems? Yes, but only on very small inputs. Which algorithm uses less memory and which is generally faster on larger inputs, respectively? That would be merge sort? No. Insertion sort's not good for large inputs. It does use less memory. Which algorithm uses less memory? I would think insertion sort uses less memory and then merge. Yeah, it's this one. Quicksort is an efficient. Hey, what's up, Yusuf? Good to see you, man. Oh, congratulations on getting a job, dude. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Yes, it has been a while. A noob, hello, how are you? Good to see you. We actually probably need like some claps. We need to, let's see, clap sound effects. Here we go. This is for you, Yusuf. Gotta clap it up. Congratulations, dude. It's hard getting jobs, man. Regardless of what field you're in, getting a job is hard. And it is not a fun. Okay, we now have two sorting algorithms on our locked-in backend. It is a bit annoying to maintain both in the code base. Quicksort is fast on large data sets, just like merge sort, but it is also lighter on memory usage. Let's use quicksort for both follower count and influencer revenue sorting. Complete quicksort and partition functions according to the given algorithms. Excuse me. The process is started with quicksort A0 length. Length of nums. Okay. Select a pivot element. We will arbitrarily choose the last element in the list. Move through all the elements in the list. Swap them around until all the numbers less than the pivot are on the left, and the numbers greater than the pivot are on the right. Move the pivot between the two sections where it belongs. Recursively repeat for both sections. I'm really not a fan of recursion. I think it's hard to follow. What are we building? We're not really building anything. We're doing I'm playing boot.dev. So that's kind of for the foreseeable future on stream, I'm just going to be working through playing boot.dev. It's kind of the equivalent of playing a video game, but from a coding and programming perspective. It's supposed to be educational, but a lot of it's stuff that's like familiar, or I'm rehashing things I've already learned, but there's a gamification aspect to it. We will build some projects in the course of going through it, but my ultimate goal is to reach. They have a a max level of 100, I think, and at that point you get an Archmage. Oh, where is it? Yeah, Archmage. You get a coin when you hit level 100, and they send you a little letter with your coin, and so that's my goal. And I'm currently at level 51, so I have a ways to go, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna finish it. I'm curious to know how many people actually make it to the Archmage level. Because if I had to guess, a lot of people probably start boot.dev. They do like one course and then they fall off. So that's what we're doing to do. Nothing fancy. I kind of decided to kind of keep my own personal projects off stream because in the world of AI, it's not really fun to like expose your own personal things to people who just say, well, you can use AI to do that. And it's like, oh, that's not the point, man, but okay. I do need to figure out a way to keep my camera from covering up. I wonder if there's a way I can flip. Animation. No, I do not want to reset all progress. It'd be nice if I could change the layout so I wasn't always having to. Yeah, it's whatever. I am going to make this a little bigger though. It's a little small on the screen. There we go. That's better. Okay, complete quicksort. If low is less than high, okay. So if low is less than high, return, partition the input list using the partition function and store the returned middle index. Recursively call quicksort on the elements left of the pivot. Okay, interesting. So if low is less than high. So what do you do if that's not the case? Recursively call quicksort on the elements left of the pivot. Huh. I don't understand. I'm just going to kind of, I don't really understand, but I'm just going to kind of try to blindly follow what they're saying here. So we say middle, we call partition, and yeah, I spelled that right. And then partition takes the nums, and it takes low and it takes high. Then it calls quicksort on the nums low to middle -1. So to the left would be nums going from low to middle minus 1. Then we pass through low and high. And then we do the same thing here. And we say nums to the right, which would be middle plus 1 to high. Pass through low and high. They don't like that. Quick sort. Okay, then we'll do the partition. So set pivot to the element at high. So pivot equals high. Set the index, which is going to be I, to low. Then for each index j, so for j in range from low to high, if the, so this would be if nums at j is less than the pivot, to the element, sorry. So we want nums high. Then, if the element is less than pivot, then we want to increment I by 1. Swap the element in index I with the element at j. So we do temp equals nums at I. And then we'll say nums at j equals what? Temp? No. Nums at I equals nums at j. Then nums at j equals temp. That's our swap. Swap the element, and then outside of the loop, swap the element at index plus 1 with the element at high, the pivot's position. So then we have another temp, which equals nums at I plus 1, which then means nums I plus 1 equals nums at high, and then nums at high. This is one of these are the kind of algorithms that just like your gut, like you better have tests, right? Because all this like indexing and moving one and off by one errors is, I mean, the risk for off by one, right, is just very high. So you better have some tests. Nums high equals 10. Then return I plus 1. Boom, blew it up. List index out of range. Okay, wonderful. List index out of range. Oh, set I to the index before low. So this would be Set pivot element at index high. Set I to the index before low. For each index j in range from low to high, if the element at j is less than the pivot, increment I plus 1, swap the element at index I with the element at index j. Okay. So where are we? We're at line 9 here. Pivot equals nums high. I don't know what I did wrong. I'm stumped. I am stuck. I feel I am pretty confident I've implemented the algorithm as described by the pseudocode, but getting index error. Help me, great and powerful LLM. I will happily use a banked salmon. Let's see, the issue is in your recursive calls to quicksort. Look at this line. You're passing a slice of nums as the first argument. Slicing creates a brand new smaller list, but then you're still passing the original low and high indices, which are sized for the original list. Here's a simpler question to guide you. Does quicksort need a slice of the list at all? I see. So I misunderstood this part. So it takes the original, but we do that. I see. I see. Yes, that makes way more sense now. Way more sense. What causes quicksort to break down to O of n squared? What would cause that? I guess if you truly need to visit every single... Why do I see a virtual currency in the YouTube gift shop? Is YouTube becoming TikTok or something? I mean, I think YouTube's biggest competitor by far is TikTok's. Yeah. I don't. What is the YouTube gift shop? And I don't know about the virtual currency, but yeah, I mean, I'm guessing YouTube is definitely trying to compete with. I mean, I think that's why YouTube is pushing shorts so hard over the last year. You know, YouTube gift. What'd you call it? Gift shop? Who would spend 200 euros on virtual? I have no idea. Who would? I don't know. I don't understand half of what people spend their money on. So you're asking the wrong guy. Okay. So it's not randomized list, then a small list? I got every single one wrong. So hold on. So an already sorted list causes O of n squared. Explain that. The answer. All right, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish this. What is quicksort's worst case? It's O of n squared. Intuitively, I did not guess, or I did not understand that an already sorted list results in the worst case scenario for quick sort. Can you give me a concrete step-by-step visual example of why that is? I heard something about YouTube replacing the like and dislike with just a heart. Yeah, I mean, YouTube's gonna do what YouTube does, you know what I mean? Full array, let's see. So pivot equals 4. After partition 4 ends up at the end, it's already the largest. Nothing moves. And so you're always pivoting around the next element, the next element, the next element. And because you never actually move anything, right? You're not actually gaining ground. Okay. That's interesting. So there must be, in a lot of languages, there must be like some heuristics that are used to determine which algorithm to apply based on what input. What does shuffling quicksort input do? Slows down the algorithm. Practically ensures a runtime of in log in, makes the algorithm unsafe, makes it really slow. I'm guessing. See. Let's see. While the version of quicksort that we implement is almost always able to perform at speeds of O of n log n, its big O is technically O of n squared due to the worst case scenario. We can fix this by altering the algorithm slightly. Two of the approaches are shuffle. Shuffle input randomly before sorting. This can trivially be done in O of n time. Actively find the median of a sample of data from the partition. This can be done in O of 1 time. Why is the median of 3 approach sometimes used? Yeah. You know, determinism is always a good thing. Since when do you have a merchandise shop? I've had a shop for a long time. I just wanted to make some T-shirts for myself, and Fourth Wall makes it very easy to integrate with Printful. Is the company that actually does the printing and fulfillment, and so it just makes it very convenient to, like, if you want to create your own stuff. Fourth Wall makes it very easy to do. So I also just set up a shop in case anybody was ever like, hey, I kind of like your shirts, man. I want to get one. No one's ordered one. So, like, I've literally made like 5 t-shirts just for me. Well, 4 t-shirts and a hoodie, I think, just for me. But that's why the shop's there. But maybe we eventually add some stuff that people actually want to it. Why use quicksort? All this said, quicksort is widely used in real world because the trade-offs are often worth it. For example, it's a default in Postgres, a popular open source database. It's also like I'd also like to shout out TimSort, a hybrid of merge sort and insertion sort that was Python's default from version 2.3 to 3.10. As of 3.11, it's been replaced by PowerSort, which makes small but meaningful improvements. If you need a stable sorting algorithm, which would you use? I would use quicksort. Why? You just said Postgres uses it. No sorting algorithm is stable? I don't know what the right answer is here. I'm just gonna guess. You want merge sort. Which would you be more likely to use in a large production system? Quicksort. Man, how many sorting algorithms are we gonna freaking write, bro? Oh, this is the last one. Another sorting algorithm we never covered in depth is called selection sort. It's similar to bubble sort in that it works by repeatedly swapping items in a list. However, it's slightly more efficient than bubble sort because it only makes one swap per iteration. Okay. We'll say for I in range of nums. And then we'll say set smallest index to the current index. So we'll say smallest index equals I for j. For each index, so we'll say for I in range of I plus 1. Oh, also, this should be length. Okay, and then if the number at the end of the loop index is smaller than the number at smallest index set, okay, so if if nums at j is smaller than nums at smallest index, then smallest index gets set to j. Then we're going to swap the number at the outer loop index with the number at the smallest index. So we'll say take I, or temp, equals nums at I. Then nums at I becomes nums at the smallest index. Then nums at the smallest index equals 10, right? Swap the number at the outer loop index with the number at the smallest index. Return the sorted list. Return nums. Woohoo! Oh man. Let's see. Staying motivated in your learning is so much easier with a friend. If you know someone who would enjoy boot.dev, give them this link. If they accept your invite and reach the rank of pupil, you'll both get a free mythic. Oh, nice. Hey, go become a pupil on boot.dev. Huh. All right, now we're learning about exponential time. Dude, this data structures and algorithms course is ginormous. It has 126 lessons in it. It is ginormous. Okay, so exponential time. Here we go. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll come back and start this. Thank you to anybody who's hung out with me while I've been streaming this morning. I'll be right back. Oh. Excuse me. All right, I probably got another 45 minutes. Let's see. Is any? I don't even think anyone's here right now. Let's see. Studio. Go to control room. Oh no, there's people here. Okay, cool. That's cool. Thank you guys for sticking around. Appreciate yous. All right. Hopefully, y'all are just concentrating on your own work too. I'm gonna try to work on getting some different music though for stream. I want to listen to different music. I'm gonna build up a stream music library or something. Okay. We can get rid of this guy. Go back here. We're learning about exponential time. Let's see. Broadly speaking, algorithms can be classified in two categories: polynomial time or exponential time. Technically, O of n exclamation is factorial time, but let's lump them together for simplicity. Okay, we can do that. An algorithm runs in polynomial time if its runtime does not grow faster than n to the k, where k is any constant, and n is the size of the input. Polynomial time algorithms can be useful if they're not too slow. In comparison, exponential time algorithms are almost always too slow to be practical. Even when n is as low as 20, 2 to the nth is already over 1 million. Polynomial algorithms are faster. Back in the 1970s, some computer scientists wanted to come up with a good descriptive name for the set of polynomial time algorithms. After much deliberation, they settled on the letter P. Naming things is hard. It's an XKDC. You've been staring at that screen a while. Picking a good server name is important. And yet, you settled on Caroline for our daughter in like 15 seconds. But this is a server. Besides, I had to. You were trying to name her Epidural. Those were good drugs. That's funny. My youngest son likes comics like that. Not necessarily programming related comics, but comics in general. Okay, the hand wavy takeaway is that problems that fall into class P are practical to solve on computers. Problems that don't fall into P are hard, slow, and impractical. Algorithms in P are blank than algorithms not in P. Algorithms in P are more practical to solve with computers. Reduction to P. Let's take an exponential time algorithm and fix it up so it can run in polynomial time. The Fibonacci sequence is a sequence of numbers where each number is the sum of two numbers before it, like this. Okay, this is the one, I think people solve this, it's a recursive solution. no name. P equal NP? No, NP would be the P. It would be things that are useful and can be solved with computers, right? NP problems would be problems that are very difficult or impossible to solve. Also, hello, no name. Nice to see you. Let's see. We want a function that, given an index in the sequence, returns the Fibonacci number at that index. Okay. Here are the implementation details to do it in polynomial time. Our data science at Locked-In have found that the growth of the average influencer's follow count is roughly the same growth rate as the Fibonacci sequence. In other words, after 6 weeks of good social media posts, the average influencer will have 8 followers. After 7 weeks, 13 followers, and so on. The trouble is, our current implementation of the fib function takes so long to complete that when our influencers navigate to their analytics page, it often never completes loading. Adjust the fib function using the given algorithm to achieve polynomial time. Okay, let me run this. Okay, that ran fast. Oh, I'm guessing when you submit it, it probably times out, huh? Okay, here are the implementation details to do it in poly. The input in represents the index of the desired Fibonacci number. If n is less than or equal to 1, then return it. So I basically just need to rewrite this, right? So if n is less than or equal to 1, return n. Okay. Well, that's what these two lines are doing anyways. Okay. Initialize 3 variables: grandparent, parent, and a placeholder current. Okay. Grandparent equals 0. Parent equals 1. Current. And a placeholder current to store the new Fibonacci number at each step. Write a loop that iterates n minus 1 times. So I guess current will just be 0? I don't know what current's supposed to be. Write a loop that iterates n minus 1 times. For example, if n is 2, 1 iteration occurs. Inside the loop, okay, so let's do for I in range n minus 1. And then current is going to equal parent plus grandparent. Adjust the ancestor values to maintain the sequence. Once the loop completes, return current. Okay. So I guess the sequence is supposed to be so if this starts at 0 and 1, then the next iteration, these need to become 1 and 2, right? So let's see. So grandparent was 0. So grandparent needs to become current, right? So if this is 0 and 1, we put those together, that becomes current. And then parent needs to become, we want it to become 2. So it becomes parent plus current. Okay, nope, that's not right. Grandparent equals 0, parent equals 1, and a placeholder current to store the new Fibonacci number. Okay, so where's I in all this? Somehow we need to use I, right? Or do we? I don't know. Do we need to use I? Maybe we don't need to use I. Let me just print out. Let's see. Print. Okay, print current. I'm so jealous of people who can solve problems like this just, in their mind. I cannot. It's like I said the other day, I'm not a big fan of mental math, you know? I need to visually see things and step through things. I think that's why I like debuggers so much when I'm programming. Let's see, run. Those numbers are just too big. Okay, so input is 1, expected 1, actual 1. We passed that. So input is 10, expected 55, and we're failing. So let's look at the sequence here. So current is 1, parent is 2, and grandparents 1. Then current becomes 3. This doesn't really make a difference, but in my mind, it helps me think. So grandparent is plus the parent. So that's 0 plus 1. So that's not a comment. 0 plus 1. So that becomes 1. Then grandparent goes from 0 to 1. Parent goes from 1 to 2, right? Because we're doing 1. So I think that makes sense, right? So let's just see if we can't step through this. Now, if we iterate again, current is, so this is 1 and 2. So current becomes 3. But really, current should become 1. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Let's see. I can read your main.py in the output. You're very close. The issue is in how you're using grandparent and parent inside the loop. Think of the variables as a sliding window over 2 neighboring. Grandparent should become the old parent. Parent should become the new current. that skips ahead too aggressively, like moving both feet past the next. So, right, that's grandparent, GP. This is P. So on the next iteration, this, oh crap, but you get the idea. Okay, so this looks good. Grandparent becomes parent. But I think we need a temp, right? Otherwise, we're going to lose. So temp equals grandparent. And that's going to be temp. No. Hold on, what did boot say? A parent should become current. There we go. That had me all fucked up. Order k to the nth. K to nth. K raised to n, where k represents a constant branching factor, e.g. 3 raised to n is the first big O class that we've dealt with that falls into the scary exponential category of algorithms. Algorithms grow at an exponential rate, become impossible to compute after so little scale up, that they're usually almost worthless in practicality. Lockton's advertising team wants to help influencers launch paid campaigns using vanity phone numbers. Think 1-800-Flowers. In order for this to work, we need to be able to take a phone number, calculate all the possible sequences of letters that it could represent. Then the ad team can give influencers numbers that make brand-friendly words. So each digit can represent 3 or 4-digit letters. For this reason, the number of letter sequences associated with a string of digits grows very quickly as the number of digits increases. The possibilities either triple or quadruple with each additional digit. A 7-digit phone number will produce between 2,187 and 6,384 letter sequences, though usually closer to the low end of that range. It's a good thing phone numbers are short. If you had a 32-digit phone number, it could form at least approximately 1.85 quadrillion letter sequences. Unfortunately, if we want to check all the possible combinations from a given number, there's no real shortcut for us to take. We're stuck with an exponential class algorithm. Okay, function. If the input string is empty, return an empty list. Okay, so if length of digits equals 0, return this guy. Oh no, empty list, sorry. Let's define a result list to hold the output strings. Result equals empty list. Iterate over the input digits. For D in digits. Give me those digits. If the digit is an invalid character, i.e. not found in the provided digit to letters dictionary, raise a value error to abort the function. So if D, or if not D in digit to letters. See, this is where, like, syntactically, this just doesn't read well. If not D in digit to letters. I almost think D, if D in letters equal it is false. I almost think that reads cleaner. But I'm sure this is probably the right way you're supposed to write it, according to the Pythonistas. If not D in digit to letters, raise a value error with a formatted string, invalid digit. Okay, so we did that. Get the string of letters that can be represented by the current digit from digit to letter. So we'll say letters equals the very aptly named dictionary. Also, why is this complaining? Oh, because that doesn't exist. We're talking about D, and this should be D. Define a new result list. Okay. New result. Enter 2 nested for loops. Oh my gosh, this is uglier than sin. Let's see. For each existing letter combo in result. So for, I guess, combo or R in result. Iterate over each letter, so for L in letters, and append combo plus letter to the new result. So we do new result dot append R plus L. After the 2 nested loops, but still inside the main loop over digits, set result equal to new result. Result. This should be. I think this should be outside the. No, it has to be in the if statement. Oh no, none of this should be in the if statement, right? This should be. There you go. Then we say result equals new result. After the main loop, return result. Okay, let's walk that real quick. So we're going to take our digits. We're going to check to see, we're going to loop over our digits. For each digit, we're going to see if that digit can be found as a key. If it can't be, we'll raise a value error. Otherwise, we'll get the corresponding letters. Then for anything that's already in the results, which in this case is going to be nothing to begin with, we take each letter, we append to anything existing and append it. Okay, let's look. Actual combos is 0. So I messed up somewhere. Okay, let's see. Enter 2 nested loops for each existing letter combo in result. Just an empty string. Oh. Is that why? There we go. Because there was nothing there to begin with, so we weren't even looping. So yeah, so we did all that. Wonderful. Look at us go. Which algorithm tends to be the fastest? That would be... So this is definitely not the fastest. For sure not the fastest. That's slower than linear, so this would be linear. Hello, I love melons. Nice username. We're just working on boot.dev. Boot.dev's like a learning platform for practicing coding and programming, but it has like a gamification aspect to it. And like the highest achievement you can accomplish is getting to level 100. And so that's currently what I'm doing. I'm trying to get to level 100 in boot.dev. And so it's a mixture of like kind of these types of quizzes and exercises, and then you also have to build some projects and do some actual implementation. So far, it's pretty good. This is currently their Learn Data Structures and Algorithms in Python course. So it's very DSA heavy. This would be 01. Yeah, basically, yeah. I'm not trying to learn DSA. It's just that's the next course in the path. And if you want to earn XP, you gotta do the courses. And so I'm just going through them one at a time. This is the path. If you've ever never been to boot.dev, they have these basically these different paths. I don't know how you. I don't know why that sounds weird when I say it. Different paths that you can go on. That basically have a list of courses that you have to complete. Oh, and it looks like they just added a new course here that I have to go back and finish. But so far, yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about their platform and their courses. I think it's a little expensive for the gamification aspect of it. You know, you got to pay like I think I paid $200 and something so I could have all the interactivity and the gamification aspect of it. But that's good. They did not sponsor me. But if anybody knows anybody at boot.dev and they would like to give me a promo code, I will happily I'll happily take it. Um, but yeah, I'm not really. I've kind of pivoted to a place where I'm not really building personal projects on stream because in this AI summer, people just kind of want to. All they want to do is just kind of criticize the way you build stuff, especially if you're not building it with AI, and that kind of takes all the fun out of it. So I just work on my own projects I work on my own projects off stream. Hey, what's up, Craig? It's reasonably priced and free if you just want to look at it, I suppose. Oh yeah, it's free if you don't want to have any of the interactivity. But if you want the interactivity, you got to pay. Which to me, the interactivity is kind of the whole point. Like I wouldn't be doing this if I couldn't get my Archmage coin, you know. So to me, it's the gamification. This is like playing video games. This is like a entertainment. The entertainment is the value to me um, of doing this. But it's good. I'd recommend it. What is the big O complexity of the function? Well, it's going to be. This is a little tricky. If you don't pay attention, they're actually splitting the input on every iteration. So this should be O of log n. Consider the following function for 2 questions. Hey, what's up, Oblivious? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. My week is going well. My day is going well. Life is good. I have coffee and code, so life is good. If you had to build any project or product, what would you focus on? Build if fresher. I guess fresher means like you're somebody who's newer, right, to programming or coding. I think one of the things that I built that was most helpful early on when I was learning to to program and code was a to-do app, like your basic front end, back end to-do app, because I think that very easily walks you, especially if you're into web development, that very quickly walks you through like the full stack lifecycle, right? You got to figure out how to handle and validate client side inputs. You got to figure out how to handle and validate server side inputs. You got to understand how do you get data from the front end to the back end. Then you got to figure out how do I persist the data once it's on the back end. And then you have to figure out, then you have to learn how to deal with like state. So if I add a to do, how do I get the new to do to show up on the, you know what I mean? It kind of takes you through the full life cycle. I thought that was very helpful. And then I thought URL shorteners, the URL shortener that I built when I was first learning to code, I thought was very helpful. I mean, it's really it's shitty to say, but it really just comes down to like lots and lots of, you're trying to get as many reps and solving as many problems so you can sort of start building that library of like, here are the different patterns and here are the most common problems that I'm going to have to solve. And but those are the two that stand out in my mind as being useful. I built a really silly application really early on when I was learning to code, like within the first year or so of learning to code, where I built like a number bonds quiz game for my son to practice. He was like in kindergarten at the time, and I built this game to help him practice with number bonds. And if you're not familiar with what that is, that's okay. You probably don't have young kids. See if I can find it. I think I still have it. And that was that. I thought that was a lot of fun to build because it was the first time I built something without really anybody providing me any sort of like spec. And I've showed this off on stream before, but like it's a very simple game, but nobody like gave me a specification of what to do and how to do it, and so that was a fun one to do. But yeah, the more reps you get, it's just time on the fingers on the keyboard, which I know is hard nowadays with AI. There's so much pressure for people to use AI. I know that's hard to do, but that's the best advice I have. Had an interview yesterday. One can only hope I now have a job. That's awesome, Craig. I'm rooting for you, man. I'm rooting for you. I'm guessing you killed it. Suffering in European weather. The Europeans don't do well with the heat, apparently, from what I gather on the news. Hello, Beatbox TJ. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Resume worthy, since the do is too. Yeah, I don't know. I think things that you put in your portfolio or in your resume, ideally those are things that you can tell a story about. I always feel like projects that you want to use as part of portfolio stuff, you should be able to tell a story about like, here's the problem I encountered. Here were the difficulties that the problem created. Here were the constraints I was working within. And then you can talk about the software that you built was a answer to that. And then you can kind of go into more detail about like the architecture and why you did that and the most, tricky bits of the implementation. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the things that you want to put on your resume, I mean, to-do app's fine, but it's not, it's like, it's a very vanilla, generic story, right? But it's very helpful for learning. But I think I would try to put things, I think, in my portfolio or in my resume, ideally things that I can build a narrative around when I'm having a conversation with a recruiter or interviewer or a friend, right? That's kind of my approach. How to build on own, since after using AI a lot, I feel like forgot to code, bruh. I'm so bad now. That's what happens. The more you rely on AI to build, the more like it just and I'm not saying this as somebody who's like criticizing you. I'm saying this is somebody who has spent a lot of time writing code with AI and a lot of time writing code without AI. And I don't know any other solution to avoid that other than making time to code without AI. Because inevitably you you get to this place the more you use it where you just start kind of, it's not like a conscious choice, it just happens where more and more of your thinking and your decision making becomes externalized to the to whatever AI tool you're using. And this isn't just for coding. This goes for building presentations, writing blog posts, writing emails, whatever intellectual thing you're doing. Uh, it just happens. And so I think you just have to be conscious of what context you're in. Like, are you okay with that side effect because you get the value of more productivity? Or are you in a context where like, no, I want to learn, and like, it's like going to the it's like it's the difference between like I'm going to the gym to lift weights versus like I need to move all the stuff in my house, right? It's like in one context I'm looking for like efficiency, and in another context I want to do hard things because I want the adaptation of doing the hard thing. And that's really, I think, the only way to really manage it now in today's world. That's kind of where we are. There's a paper that was recently published that I read. It's let me see if I can find it. I think I have it in my Google Drive. System, or maybe I can just Google it. Systems 3. They're calling it Systems 3 thinking. I don't think that is this one. It just got published, I think, in the spring, and it's the results are very interesting. It basically confirms what I think we all know and what we've all experienced. So yeah, it was published in January, but that basically, uh, I mean, yeah, I can just read the summary here, but it basically says across studies, participants with higher trust in AI and lower need for cognition and fluid intelligence showed greater surrender to System 3. Tri-system theory thus characterizes a triadic cognitive ecology, revealing how System 3 reframes human reasoning and may reshape autonomy and accountability in the age of AI. Basically, just saying that the more people work with AI, the more they offload and cognitively surrender to the AI. Which again, I'm not saying it's not really like a necessarily like a bad thing. It's a bad thing if you're just not aware of it and you're not managing that effectively. So yeah, you gotta avoid being a systems 3 thinker, basically, or manage how much of systems 3 thinking you do. I'm hoping I killed it. We somehow managed to talk about soccer and stuff. So, oh, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, if you guys were getting personal, yeah, man, that's good. It means that probably the interview liked you. Which I personally think culture fit is, I think, in my opinion, is weighted even more than like your technical ability. I'd much rather work with people that I get along with more and maybe I have to help grow than get somebody who's a complete asshole but really good at their job. How is your workflow? I mean, do they force you to use more AI or are you doing on your own? So when I'm working on my own projects, I probably use like AI. Like if we're using ratios, probably 10 to like 90%. Like I use AI a ton for documentation and generating like code documentate like XML documents or XML comments in C Sharp or JS doc and TypeScript stuff, that sort of thing. Um, I ask it questions. I like rubber duck with it. So it's probably like 90% me writing code, 10% AI writing things. And then as far as like my workflow at work, there's no they we've been relatively lucky where I work. None of the engineering people where I work have really been pressured to like you have to use AI. There are approved AI tools, but yeah, we've been kind of lucky in that respect. I know not everybody is that same way. I know a lot of people are kind of like, for lack of a better word, I know a lot of people sort of have like a a pew pew to their head about um, doing things with AI and being AI native and all this kind of hype stuff. So I get it. I understand where you're coming from. I have seen the AI reviews. I think that's super helpful. Open Code has a built-in review. So Copilot on GitHub, if you open a PR, you can have Copilot review your PR, obviously on GitHub, which is super cool. But locally, I found that I think Copilot has this. I'm sure any of the agents will work to do this, but OpenCode has just a review command, which is kind of nice, right? Where you can just say, "Hey, review the staged or unstaged changes," which I think is nice. I personally find that nice, especially for like um, what do you call it? For like personal side projects, because you're only one person, right? You can only think you can only bring to bear what you know and what you've experienced to looking at your own code that you wrote, right? It's not, you're not the best at reviewing code that you wrote. That's why you have other people. But a lot of times in like personal side project contexts, you don't have other people you're working with, right? So I think AI is a nice stand-in like for that. I think the danger though is you have to be able to discern whether the feedback you got from your coding agent is actually like good or bad. You still have to have that level of knowledge so that you're not like flying blindly. Because like the other day, I did a big rewrite on a Python SDK, and I had open code review the changes I made to like a bunch of the type hinting or yeah type hinting that I added to the SDK, and it gave me back some feedback that I was like uh it basically gave me it was basically outdated feedback. It was basically feedback about stuff I was doing with Pydantic that was like pre version 2, and I was using version 2 and late and after. So you still have to kind of be like that, and that's where like I think that's why people talk a lot about this about the AI stuff is like it doesn't mean that you still need to know your craft even if you want to use the AI tools effectively, right? And the people who get the greatest benefit are people that know their craft. They're sort of like this uh what do you call it? Like an opposite effect. So if you use AI a lot and you're like a junior person, it's probably more of a hindrance. And if you use AI a lot and you're more of a senior, it's kind of a superpower in a way. Yeah. What's your advice for newbies get good at coding in general? Like they should be able to understand 10 years experienced people written code. Your English is not bad. I love Milt. I think my advice to new people or people trying to learn how to code or get good at programming or software engineering, if we're going to talk about the higher level abstraction, is you got to build software. I mean, I don't think there's a world where you can develop experience and taste without actually building the software yourself. I think like I will take somebody who's actually built many their own projects many times over by themselves without using AI and then pair them with AI. Like I don't necessarily want to do the opposite. I wouldn't necessarily do the opposites because I think there's something. It's like I said, it just goes back to the whole idea of like going to the gym. It's like you have to build that muscle, even if that means you're still going to use tools that accelerate you. You still got to put in the time to some extent. So that would be my biggest piece of advice. How do you understand big code bases and contribute on open source? So I contributed to playwright.dev. That's probably the biggest open source contribution I've made, and it wasn't like it wasn't like a crazy big contribution. Like I didn't like add some huge cross cutting uh, thing, right? But if you want to contribute, you have to basically have the ability to. You have to have the willingness to sort of stumble, right? So if you go into like a big code base, especially like or a complex open source project, and you expect somebody to sort of like hold your hand and tell you exactly what files to change and exactly what place and uh that's just not that's you're gonna fail. That's just not how it works. So you have to be a little bit of a self starter. You have to be willing to kind of like dig in and figure things out. There's a little bit of like an entrepreneurial spirit to it. Um, and so I think the I think oftentimes for me, uh, when you're trying to like figure out how something works, like I'll just use like a web app is a good example. Is for me the easiest way to start is from the user interface to the back. So basically from the front to the back. So basically try to figure out what pieces of code render or serve you, or what are the pieces of code that facilitate sort of the entry point to the application, and then try to trace through the application how you get data or interaction from like the entry point down to the actual through the actual layers of code. So like in a web app, that would be like, how do you figure out the page you're looking at? How does that get rendered? How does the data from that for that view come into the front end? Where does that happen on the back end? If I make changes on the front end, how do those changes get persisted down to the database? And just kind of you're tracing the code through that way. Um, I know a lot of people talk about using AI, but again, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like I don't think there's not really a good replacement in my opinion for like actually reading the code. You can definitely use AI to help you like get like a maybe like structure or architecture or like organization. How's this thing sorted? But then I still think you sort of to really wrap your brain around it, you got to dig in a little bit. I'm not an expert though, so this is all like n equals one stuff I'm saying. So there's probably people in chat who are way more capable and competent than I am. I think there's a lot of programmers that use AI mainly, but can definitely fix all the stuff that come with it. Yes, I think though that percentage of people is going to decrease. Like I think over time, over the next 5 to 10 years, there's going to be far fewer people who are competent without AI tools, and whether or not that's going to be good or bad is like yet to be seen. I think. What feature? That's so that playwright feature that I contributed was basically I added the ability to only take screenshots on the first failure of the of a test run. It was just something that I wanted, and they opened a issue on it, and I made a PR. But like I said, it was I think I changed like a handful of files, right? But it still requires you to like dig through their code and understand how their code's organized. How does it all work together? Let me see if I can find the pull request. Uh, um, maybe it's easier to go to my profile. Man, this would have been 2 years ago now, huh? What's the best way to find pull requests that you've submitted? Oh, I guess I could go to my fork, huh? Playwright. requests. Oh, I was on the wrong repo, wasn't I? Earlier. I think I was on their website. I guess, is there like an author equals me query? There we go. Oh no, this, yeah, man, this is 2 years ago. God dang. Yeah, see, I changed like 8 files, right? And some of them were documentation. So nothing, like I said, nothing crazy, but you still have to go through their code base and kind of figure out how stuff works and where you got to add the options. And so like add tests to make sure things do what they're supposed to do. But yeah, you can't, I don't know. I don't think you can be successful in open source if you're expecting somebody to be like, okay, little Johnny, here's the feature we're going to build today, and here's the 6 files you need to go make change. You know, if you're looking for that type of a experience, I just don't, that's not the way open source works. Oh, thank you, Kale, for the query. I was floundering there. I appreciate you trying to help me. Oh, it's 8:15 already. Okay, I'm gonna finish this lesson and then I got to do work. Like work stuff. Let's see. Let's see. What is an equivalent but not fully reduced way to express the complexity? So this would be this is I is the in. So this would be, oh, and then inside that, and they halved it. So I think this would be, it's not O of n squared. So would this be O of log? I think this is O, I think this is, no? It's kind of factorial. I don't know. Hint. This is a tricky one. You need to take into account the shrinking size of each successive list. I'm guessing at this point. I don't know. It's definitely not O of n squared, which means it's either O of n times n times n or O of 2n. There's only 2 inputs though, right? Well, no, there's 3 inputs, I guess, because you've got rows, you've got in, and then you also have columns, but you're not iterating over columns. Nice. Okay, cool. What is an equivalent but not fully reduced way to express the complexity? Oh, I already did that one. What is the most reduced form of the function's complexity? O of n, because we dropped the leading constant. All right. Well, where are we? We made it to level 51, which is good. We're currently on lesson 8 of 9. We have quite a few more lessons to go here. 48 of 126 left to go. This is the course I'm most excited to get to because I've never done anything with C. So I'm very excited to learn about that. What was the first ever code I wrote? I took a computer programming 1 and computer programming 2 in college, so that would have been 2015. No, 2014. And I wrote C#, and it was just to complete assignments in that course. That was the first code I ever wrote. It was good. Infinite sum of having fractions. 1 plus half plus 8 equals 2. So sub back in, it's of 2. Oh man, you actually did the math. you actually did the math, man. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. I hope you guys have a wonderful Tuesday. If you're still getting ready for your Tuesday. Oh, thank you, Selection Face. That's very nice of you. I'll be here. I'll be here doing boot.dev stuff and talking to you guys, and I'm always happy to chat about whatever you guys want to talk about too. So if you got topics or things you want to cover, we can definitely do that. But I'll be here, and I'll be around the YouTubes. So I hope you guys have a wonderful Tuesday, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. See you, Kale. Have a good day. Bye, Selection Phase. Thanks, I Love Melons. Good luck, man. I hope your coding journeys go well. Still 40 minutes left to Tuesday. See you, Mysterion CS. Thanks for hanging around on Twitch, man. I appreciate you holding it down over there for us. All right. Bye, guys. Have a wonderful day. Bye. See you guys.